think it's live. Good afternoon. So today's program is the weather interface in Figma, and we'll tackle balance component in Godot. So to give more context, what I'm talking about, let's look at this interface. We are going to build this green and brown part as a component in Godot. But before that, I would like to make more progress on the weather interface. So let's start. So I was looking at the weather forecast in Toronto, and this is the interface we see. Current conditions and the forecast for today and then the next 6 days. So we don't have a date concept in the game in the real sense that we have it, well, in a sense that we have it in real life. We won't have the name of the month, but it's going to progress more like the second year's 131st day, something like that. Um, just so we can simplify, we are just going to increment days, and each month is like 30 days. That kind of, a little bit of simplification. Um, that made more sense from game design point of view, but this is the kind of interface we can definitely utilize. We should have the high and the low values for each day, the likelihood of precipitation, and some of these icons we can actually distribute accordingly. Um, and just for flavor, maybe we could actually have text like this, but this is optional. If possible, we are going to squeeze all this plus this part uh, here, somewhere like this. This could get a bit bigger, but let's see. I think we need to have this 7 column structure. Let's pretend this is our component. It's round number like 122. Then let's have stroke. Let's see some kind of distribution. 12 is fine. Copy, paste, paste. 6. No. Maybe we'll actually have 5 days, 7 days. We'll see. And I think if we group all these, the layout difference is 12. Because I'm also looking at the overall distribution. I think we could go for 7. So we need temperature. For sure, just the main statement. So when we say mainly sunny, the longer explanation. And although the most dominant part here is chance of showers, tonight is explained in more detail this way. Usually when it's around 40%, there's like sometimes rains. 30% is kind of on the chance, but my experience when it's 60, it usually showers. That's the whole point here. And I think between seeing this and this, the only thing that is actually here that is not conveyed this section is that the cloudiness is increased. Um, maybe we don't really need that much. On the other hand, when you go and look in the details of the day, hour by hour, you actually see for each hour the likelihood of precipitation. And there's this humidex value. This is the temperature you feel. There's the temperature that the thermometer shows. But if the humidity is high, then you feel as if it's warmer, or it gets stuffy, that kind of. I think there is a chart somewhere that's for you. Humidex. I thought they actually had a link about weather humidex. Humidex, there you go. It's a Canadian thing, been used since 65. Yeah, basically my experience is just until 30 degrees, you feel slight discomfort. After 30, you feel the discomfort. That's been my experience. I think I've seen once 43 degrees that was really unbearable. So somewhere here, yeah, there's a. So when the humidity is high, the real 21 is actually felt if it's 29. So maybe we'll incorporate this in our game. 65, yeah, this table is continuous. So yeah, when you're in the red zone, you're screwed. There's also this done for colder temperatures. So when it's -10 but there's wind, then it's as if you feel -20. There's that table somewhere too. But I think these guys put the summer table, maybe because it's the summertime, because I remember seeing a different table that was showing the cold. Mind you, this is called humidex. The cold one is called windex. No, what windex? Sorry, that's my bad. Uh, that's the product name. It wasn't windex, was it? Wind chill. Wind chill. Sorry. Think that might also be somewhere here. Wind chill. Yeah, this one. This has its own graphic somewhere. Page. Yeah, this is the risk table. And I think in this scale, I've seen -32. And yeah, staying outside for 10 minutes was more than enough. You don't want to do that. Okay, this wind part may be relevant. Up the game and get to that point. It does not help us for the time being, because we are only interested in designing the interface. We are not doing any calculations yet. So as usual, since we are designing a game, people don't want to spend too much time looking at things. Say if it's a web page, yeah, like you can take your time. That's fine. But in games, you want to present the information in a concise way. Um, but if you crowd too many things, then it's hard to see. Let's start with the days. Let's actually start building the. Let's have a date. We will have days something 150. I think I'll take that out of the frame. Let's take this out of the frame. Start preparing it here. I think this could be centered. Font is too weird. I think I already have that. Um, so we will most likely need two icons. I'm thinking if there's any value in keeping this on the left and then moving this as a second column here. There's a text flavor though. I think the showers could present it with some kind of icon and then could squeeze the 40%. You see 40% rain icon. This already looks rainy anyway. I think there is a precipitation icon that I look. Excuse me. Station. Thank you. This looks nice. There's even a percent sign there. If we pop the number in the cloud, it might work. So I'll take this. Come here, paste it, and let's start doing this. We have a water icon. I think I'm going to put this in components because there's some icon work happening here. Let's start working it out here. We already have a water icon somewhere here. Copy this, paste. This is already a group of two objects, the drop itself and the shine. Let's pretend this is actually, I'm trying to scale things. Let's see. I think that's acceptable. We change it a bit. Then we need two smaller drops, roughly this size. Copy, paste, move it. 3 will be spaced out, okay. 1, 2, 1. Go on to the next part. These are this water drop is going to be covering the cloud shape. Our icons will be small enough that I don't think we'll see this detail. We may actually incorporate that, but Let's pretend we don't have. I think the best way to do this is honestly combining some objects. This looks like a rectangle to me. Somewhere here, okay? By rectangle, I mean we are going to increase this to 20%, not percent, but pixel. That's okay. When we give this stroke, we can actually compensate for the scale. Copy paste. This actually has a different scale now, but I think the curvature is the same. Oh, it's actually more curved. So 60. That's it. 330. Lower. Good enough. And this is a circle. Of course, you don't need to be this big. You are going somewhere here. We are going to merge three objects. So O is circle. This way. Close enough. A bit bigger, 270 maybe. Close enough. Maybe what I'll do is utilize the space a bit better. I will ignore this extended part. So may still be confined to this square area, but then we may actually make this part get closer to the edges. That way we can actually modify this object instead of having a detail like this. Let's see. This three objects here. Don't know the shortcut, but objects and something about vector join selection. Interestingly enough, let's see if these two rectangles will actually join selection. I do remember seeing join or union somewhere. Boolean groups. This union selection. Okay. I guess this vector means when you do the pen drawing. A little bit bizarre. So that's that. Now let's have stroke. Could be black, and the fill could be this color, white. Then this is going to be a bit bigger. Center it. That's it. Problem though, that circle actually had its bottom sticking out. It's not cool. So I did not notice that. This is what we can do. Let's pretend this is an arc. And it's still covering the object. The union object, boolean, union. Fill is this color. Let's have stroke. Here. Once we have this object, we can actually make the smaller one in the background by modifying. This has the joins. Here's sharp corner, also mitered. We have this nice curve on. This will have the number. Now, the reason why I said this could get bigger, so that will actually give us more room for it. Because most likely this is going to get a lot smaller. Let's pull this aside. Okay. This has a certain detail here. Yeah, I can see that there's some flatness here. This one has a more circular look. You could always fix those things. Um, let's take this inner part. Nine. Take that. Push it to the top. Shift H. Let's add this detail. This will have to be masked. Even though last time I discovered the masks, when you mask stuff, the object that masks it lost its fill qualities. That was sort of disappointing. Let's try that again. Maybe I know better now. So when this object is going to be masked, this will be the mask. So was it this? Use this mask. Now this vector is gonna go into the mask group. Now it's masked. Now it doesn't look much because if I actually move this mask itself, you are actually seeing that we are only revealing the parts that are visible from the mask. Um, but this is what I mean. Even though the mask object, this union, has the fill stroke, we actually lose the. It just doesn't show. I was hoping we would actually see only this part on the left, just like this, with the rest of the object rendered. You would actually see the qualities of the mask, the properties of the mask, and you lose that. Unfortunate. And I thought this is actually enabling shape outlines. This doesn't do anything. So I'm a bit disappointed. We'll ungroup this stuff. Everything is royally fucked. It's not good. Yeah, there is something either I'm missing, but the masks are fundamentally wrong the way they kind of are supposed to work. They are not intuitive. We'll do this work again. It's going to be round. Fill color will be this. This has to be approximated. Sad or just remove it. Okay, so let's move this to the top. Some music. Let's put 40% here, but let's get this to the size that we will use. So here, is 40 by 40 a good size? Could even go, let's see. We may have to go 50 by 50. This is 120, so that gives us 10 pixel each in between, and then 5 pixel off from the edges. Sure. 6, 6. This is the inside, yeah. Okay. Taking 2 pixels off. So let's group these 4 things. It is 460 by 462, 78, which means it's actually taller. Why is this? I think this was supposed to be centered, yeah. Why is this? See, that's why it's with decimals. So only 3 more pixels. 460 by 460, and these can actually be inside group. Let's go down to 40. And when you do that, I think this the stroke value never resizes. Let's try this, and then we'll do a 50 by 50 version. We could stick the percentage sign here. It will give us some more room for the text. I think sometimes we see as high as 60. Let's go 15, but maybe black. It's too big. Should get a good percent text there. This curve here, kind of cute. Let's remove this curve here. And then this one and this one can be centered. Let's give this stroke something like this, but slightly darker. I think this can be 11. So 12. I see. Okay, I'll emphasize this shine part a little bit. Picture is cute. Okay, at least there's some kind of shine quality to it. Let's group this. Um, so the icon project will actually happen later. Um, we have round icons that actually have their shape, but they are sort of part of the base too. Well, the base is still a different component. There's the icon itself, but the icons are essentially part of the state of all these round icons as far as Figma is concerned. So that you are basically choosing your action. When you choose one of these actions, it actually becomes one of these icons. What I would like to do is, just like I have the separate components to show the base of these icons. Well, at this point, these are actually buttons in the game. This is a button. So I'm separating the base of the button, and there's the icon of the button. But I want to separate the icons to its own frame somewhere here, because some of these icons will be used with a different base, so they don't always have to be in round buttons. Um, that way, I will combine this with the icon frame to construct this. I can also utilize the icon set with a different base, like a square or a diamond base, whatever. Because there are cases that I'm only asking for the icons without the base, so that a case like this, that this should actually belong to an icon frame. If I'm doing that, these also are gonna go into the icons too. Right now, they look like icons, but they're essentially functioning as a button. If I start doing that work right now, then I won't be doing the rest of this project, and it will also delay the component construction in Godot. So let's just be satisfied with this. I think we have sun icon somewhere here. Let's take this shamelessly too. Okay, 40 by 40. This is 42. There's a bit of boo-boo here. That's fine. Okay. Essentially, these are going to be here. Behave yourself, man. We are going to have degree. So let's have the text here, and we'll say 25 C. Um, can we do subscript or superscript? Here's O. I think there is a way to do this superscript. Awesome. Copy paste. Tonight it's going to be 16 degrees in Toronto. Okay. Now this 40% is essentially the 60% chance of showers. In case of snow, We'll incorporate the chance of snow as percentage being part of the icon later. We'll design the icons later. So this is just a just a weather situation display. Mainly sunny. Okay, so we did this, but are we actually dropping this part off? Sunny. The difference is sunny, mainly sunny. So sometimes it's cloudy, but I think there's a case when they show mostly cloudy too, which actually has a bigger cloud icon. It's pretty much this without the rain. So we'll convey that message with the icons. And maybe there will be some kind of tooltip that will actually say this. So that's fine. If anything, we could actually have the detail button here. It will take us to this if needed. I don't think I'm going to do this today. Good enough. Let's turn this into a component. You move to the page component. You must be somewhere. I think we are done with this. Some of this. Currently don't need this. It's locked anyway. This could stay as a reference. Tidy it up a bit. Let's see without a background how will they look. I think this is still too dark. This is the one we want. And maybe some kind of divider. Um, let's go and read the weather discussion. Okay, we don't have more details. Maybe that's worrisome. This doesn't have to be that tall after. Let's just turn this into a component and then we'll see. It's going to be weather day. Maybe we'll have different parts of the weather components wise. You can move away. um, assets, components. Stick this here. Okay. Duplicate, 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 duplicate. One more. Then you can actually delete this part. Okay. Let's incorporate this current condition too. I like the layout of this. Simple. It's good. Gives flavor. You also see if it's actually falling or not. I don't think we need visibility. We may need wind. We may need humidity. Dew point might give the indication that it might rain. Of course, we are this situation too far off. So out of the three, and then one or two. Okay, so if we are going to have 8 pieces of information, maybe I can actually use this bottom area and then group the 4 that are most relevant. We already have there's already clock in the game. This is already written, will be written here. It's fine. I don't think we'll do unit conversion here, so this is gonna go away. And we'll actually be able to do this. Maybe we'll emphasize this part. 5. Take this out. Okay. Semi-bold will be 18, maybe even bigger, 20. Okay. We'll have this sun icon. So we need a bunch of things here. Let's go to context menus. Let's take these 2 parts. Actually, let's take this frame. Weather. Put it here. Condition is condition. Let's say partly cloudy. Yeah, I think that was the difference, right? Partly cloudy or mostly cloudy. Pressure is so this one is the real temperature. Maybe we'll drop that off too. I think humidity is maybe more important. Oops. Maybe I could use this area or here 24 degrees slash humidex value, and we can I think this star means, yeah, value not significant, meaning when there is no humidity, well, when the humidity is not affecting how the temperature is felt, they put this sign, which is 24 is felt as if it's 24. So could maybe do that too. Now, I think the most confusing part will be when people see two temperatures next to each other. Um, so there is value in separating it. And of course, my brain goes somewhere else as usual. Why am I writing humanity? It's humidity. Humanity is at 40%, all time low. This is what I'll do. Take this out, take this out. Move side, copy, paste. So what else did we say? Condition, pressure, tendency, fine. Humidity, we did it. Dew point, we said might be important. I think we could do this. Humidex, dew point. Humidex. What else? Wind. So we are missing one thing, which was the temperature that I dropped. This is the more fine-tuned case. Now, if we decide the pressure and tendency are just too much work to handle, we may either remove them. Now, in real life, when the pressure is dropping, yes, it's actually over 100. That's fine. It's good weather. But when tendency is falling, meaning you are entering a low pressure system, so you are going to have cooler temperatures. Now, in the game, I think this is one of those tricks that game developers or designers use. You can actually pretend that it's the other way around. In this game will know the temperature in the next hours, and if that's the case, we'll just write the values here accordingly. So we'll just say that it's going to fall because we know temperature will be falling. If it's rising, then we'll just the tendency will be. I think I don't remember the value once the pressure is actually building up. Could be rising or increasing. I think that was the case. Anyway, so we'll just pretend that it's calculated, but that's for the fact that we have knowledge of what the temperature will be. In real life, you deduce the temperature based on the pressure and some other factors. Um, Weather information, the weather topics. I think they explain all this stuff here. But oh, okay. Wind chill and humidity. There you go. There's a calculator for this. Index calculator. Viewpoint. Yeah, this is the page we were looking at earlier. Yeah, let's try some arbitrary values. Let's say it's 0 degrees, 10 kilometers out there per hour. Of course, I think below zero it starts. Let's say -5. You'll feel as if it's -9. The wind picks up, drops 2 degrees. At another 5 kilometers per hour, another degree goes down. 10 more goes down. Now, this doesn't seem to be falling fast enough, but it's actually already scary. Because normally we look at the temperature and it should be -5, and you feel it's as if -14. Now, this number will look really scary when this drops down to say 8 or 9. Now, that doesn't look like a big drop, but when it's combined with wind speed, then it's scary. 18, from here it's 21. So I think the difference is when you drop halfway through, it's actually getting really scary. And I do remember seeing speeds of 50 sometimes. We would have winters that actually had the normal temperature like this, and yeah, that's why it feels really cold. And this dew point is, I think this kind of goes the other way around. Yeah, when you get to 25, this feels like 29. When you get to 30, this feels like 34. And of course, when this goes up, usually this goes up quickly too, because there's more humidity, and this easily builds up. Okay, enough babbling. Um, so visually, it would be nice to have one more property here. First, now, can at least write some of the values. Oh, it lost the superscript. Said wind southeast, in let's say gusting 7 kilometers per hour. Yeah, I'm tempted to put the temperature, even though I'm not going to put the one with decimals. I think this is what I'm going to do. Maybe it's going to emphasize the way people will make sense of this. Say, there's the temperature, there's the dew point, there's the humidex. Because those things are, there's the temperature and dew point. Calculate the humidex after that way. There's wind. So this is gonna go below 41 here. This temperature will say 5. Here it will say, what is happening to you? Smart enough. Will say no difference. Oh, I see. It's high. Just like that. And I think because this column is going to be short most of the time, going to put the wind in here, because this will usually have a bit longer column width. The wind goes into what? It's the humidity. This humidity comes here. This, and it actually makes sense that it's kind of near humidity, because if it's high humidity, they kind of go hand in hand. That's why the name humidex, actually, that's the reason why it has the root of humidity. This is gonna go to 41, and 41 is gonna come here. Of course, this has to be reversed like this. Good. I think that's more balanced. Now we could put these dividers. That's all fine. This is why I was saying maybe we'll go with. And if we want to make this a bit taller, then we'll actually move the night case as another row here. So that we'll make these days skinny. Then maybe we'll fit 6 or 7. So that we could actually have the cutoff here. Okay. So let's go to context menu, and I think I have some screen lines here. Take. Yeah. Good. Looks balanced to me. So group this. Can pretend there's a square here. What was the shortcut for this? R. So 100 by 100. So let's stick this under here. You go away. There. course, when I do that, I think I need the vertical here. Here, just the height. This could be go away. This is the frame 88. You should do this. Let me see. Good. I think should account for some extreme cases here, but somewhere here seems okay, and maybe there will be some thematic resizing anyway. The way we did do it in Godot. Good. This may also be this 10 pixels as well. Let's do a bit more room. 5. We'll see. Maybe we'll swap the frame here with this frame, because the values here will be consistently same width, more or less. I don't think we'll ever go to third digits. If anything, we may actually have a minus sign, but we will have a predictable width for this area. Then by making this grow to the right, makes maybe more sense to move this to the right hand. That being said, I think I'll go into components and then I will duplicate this component. This is just a weather day. Let me see if I make a change in this. So can we decouple you? Match. Good. I'll maybe call this condensed weather day, and this one will be. You can already do that. Condensed weather day. Now this is actually. Now let's ungroup. Then turn you another. The theory here that not only are these decoupled, also do this. First of all, I think this could get closer. And also group these two. These two. We can also group these two. Auto layout, vertical. This. Perhaps 16 is too much, 12 is fine. We need vertical, sorry, horizontal line here. Paste. 120 here. Just the color. Fine. This. Okay. Copy yourself. What are you doing? Thing like this. That's why we can actually make. Let's add day like 352, 54. I think we could go maybe as low as 8. I think we can make these things a bit smarter. Right? This weather day, it has an auto layout. I see. This has to be ungrouped this way. This is going to be like this. So then we can actually, but we have to make these two fill container. 280 like this. So everything is centered. There's an equal amount of space in between things, which is 6 pixels. So here's your weather day. So we actually went down 80 from 120. So here, these are still using the weather day. I'll do this. It's down. Copy. Okay. I would ask this question. Could we swap this with another component? Is there a way to do that? In components. It's taking it to the component. Maybe someone wrote a plugin for that. Because this page already has access to your plugin could do the same thing too, because otherwise this is what we are going to. Weather day, we'll move this here. We also, that's okay. It was 180 and this is, that's okay. When we do this, see, yeah, it took as little space as possible. When you do that, that's, yeah, 172 is as little as possible. So let's make this 80 again. I think the trick will be this. Here. Equidistant. Delete. What? Don't delete yourself. What are you doing? That's 7. That's why I was saying maybe we'll go with 5. Come up here. This might be enough. Think about that. think I'll go with 5. More than enough. I may even make them 85 to balance if cutoff point is looking upward. Take this up. Maybe we'll put a. This might be self-explanatory. We already are writing the. We will have the dates, the day here number. It's the current weather. It's always like today. Maybe we'll just change this to today. Stays IDs. This is going to be easily like this because I actually turned it into a component. So yay. This has to be adjusted. It's our own creation. We'll fix those things in Godot anyway. Some stuff there. Um, so this might be the weather interface for the time being. Of course, the values all look the same, but that's not really the point. Maybe this will actually be centered anyway, according to this. And then if that's the case, then maybe we'll it's a little bit bigger so that this frame can be framed a bit more even. And I think this is also a little bit arbitrary anyway. Maybe in Godot, we'll move this 10 pixels to the right, that kind of thing. We'll adjust it. This is a good start. So here's the weather. Don't think I missed anything crucial here. As long as it's conveying the most obvious formation, it's good enough. Good. That's weather. And this is coming when you hit and these three are mainly showing the sunrise, noon, sunset. Well, we won't change those according to the weather because they are actually the light color. That's fine. So what is next today? What is next is to implement this component. So let's see. I think I need to create a branch for this just to be on the safe side. Also turn on Godot. Let's create our feature. Started, yeah, we are developing. Balance component that we are implementing. Okay. Done. Out. Good. Godot. I think I should close a bunch of things here. So what is the point of initially we had two components here to describe the green and brown material for a compost. Under normal conditions, you need to have an equal amount of green material to brown material. Green material is the wet stuff, grass clippings, scraps, that sort of thing. Anything that is green, which actually has high nitrogen value. Anything that is brown is usually the dry stuff. Newspaper, cardboard box, that like tree branches, leaves, dried leaves, that sort of thing actually has high carbon content. You are mixing nitrogen with carbon, and you are adding water, which actually has hydrogen and oxygen. Fine. You may eventually uh, have to mix the compost to introduce more oxygen, and you may want to keep an eye on the temperature. If it's too hot, then you are really burning it. So like the idea is that you gotta have friendly bacteria that will do its job. If the compost is too hot, because this thing actually goes over 75 centigrade, some, and if it's too hot, of course things will die. If it's too cold, then the process is slowing down. Mind you, even in cold temperatures, if you have the right mixture of these four, um, then it already starts its own chemical process. So I think those four elements are really the what is that term? Milestone, building stones of life. You have the carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, and on four guys. So that's the idea. And but the reason why we are going to do the work in terms of game design is the following. Now, having a slider interface like this to show how much green material you have didn't really convey much sense, because or like much information. Like, do you have half of the green that is needed for this compost? Is this always supposed to be on the left? And how far off is it considered bad? And then where is this in relation to the brown material? Since the whole idea is to balance these two, I turn those two sliders into one component. Now you can clearly see that the mix is more on the brown side. So you have put too much brown material. Maybe you actually want to introduce kitchen scraps so that you could tilt the balance towards the green material. So this is what we are going to build today in Godot. Um, this in essence actually looks like a fancy range component. Normally you have the 0, 50, and 100 values. Now in the case of custom component like this, when you say, like in this case, let's say this is more like 10% towards brown, the value we are, by value I mean this interface will need to have some kind of way to instead of telling you, let me show you. Let's create a scene. It's going to be more like the control balance. Total balance, fine. So any component that you have in Godot, its uh, properties you can change are exposed. These are the default ones. Add your script variables. You're going to have custom part just about this control group. So somewhere there, you are going to expose values, variables, things like that. So that will allow you to pass values into the component, but also it offers you a way to read the value of the component. In this case, what kind of value we would like to read? It's supposed to say 10%, but what does it even mean? 10% according to what? Like left, right? should it actually have two values that is holding left hand value and the right hand value, so that it does some kind of comparison between the two and it decides its display. Maybe that makes much more sense. And actually, that makes much more sense than the other uh, scenario where there's only one value to change, because if you expose two variables, you could interact with each system individually. So because we could use this component in a different scenario instead of green and brown, should have no knowledge of what type of content is displaying. So it's just one value versus second value. Before we do anything, let's save this scene. Um, this is turning into a mess for now, but let's just stick with this. I think HUD is only for HUD. This is more like a component thing. We'll keep it here. Let's call it balance. Factoring will be done later. Let's start by writing scripts, or at least one script. This is the add-on scripts. We need the other folder. This one, balance GD, fine. Empty over control, that's also good. That's fine. Now, port var. Should we really say left, right? We could. Maybe we'll have this. I think if we want to be smart about this script, there is a chance that this component will be vertical. I want to separate the display from the kernel structure or the workings of this component. So when we say left and right, it makes sense for the horizontal component. When this is vertical, the left becomes the top and then the right becomes the bottom. So instead we could just say 1, 2. So the natural order for a horizontal thing is to start reading from left, is to Western audience. 1, 2. And if it's vertical, then we could also have 1 and then 2 and then the vertical slider. So that way we could actually utilize the script with a different component, which means this may actually have to be called horizontal balance. So that the same balance script can work both on horizontal balance scene, also a vertical. Let's close this. Let's relabel this horizontal balance. Oops. Oh boy. Balance done. Open it. Good. Our script still hasn't changed. We can actually say something 1 and something 2. Could be value 1, value 2. Just call it property 1. And I don't think we'll have minimum maximum values, but could force this to have positive value. Even that is subjective. By default, let's put 0. Okay, we'll have something like this. That's that. Now this component has 2 properties and there's nothing else. if we are building this component in a smart way, it should also expose texture fields. I think we could first, typing the variable name, the type. We call it texture one, and it's going to be texture. Similarly, we will have texture empty. We actually put a texture. Most likely, this is going to be a graphic file like this. It would be nice to have colors. So we are actually looking at 4 colors, so we could do the gradients. Now I could actually export this, put into Godot as a custom range UI with using the theme and such. But you can always do a little bit better, right? Let's say call this texture gradient. We actually offer the developer a way to define a gradient. It's the gradient. A new gradient. And here they are going to have those colors. The only thing I don't like about this, I don't think this was precise enough. Let's say this is like 25%, is it? Yes. So that is actually good. So let's have one more. Okay. So you can actually have 2 at 0.5. And then I need colors. And now you can actually adjust those colors. The colors will be this guy, copy. That's the 0. Paste. Okay, good. And let's see. This guy is going to be this. Wrong tab, tab. This is going to be this. And then the brown one is going to be this is the darker one. So this is actually the right hand side. This is going to be this one. Okay. This is going to be this. Now we haven't drawn this rectangle. It's going to be interesting. Let's start building this visually. Now we can already see some of the work we are envisioning to represent here done for us. This color scheme, although the scale is a bit off, is actually I think this is a perfect case of H box, and the difference is 8 pixels. We could technically convert this into H box, and then we can put 2 texture rects, and this is going to be texture rect 1, 2. I'm intentionally labeling the texture rect as 1, so they go and the variable names we picked, and this is a separate thing. Now for now, I'm going to put that as a range. Was range, also known as slider. In this case, we are going to make the slider uneditable. And since it's not editable, it's not going to be scrollable, but that's fine. We are not going to have any of this. We are essentially considering its midpoint as the perfectly balanced case for this one. So when it's at 0, it's fully favoring the variable 1. And when it's 100%, when it's at its highest value, it's favoring the second variable's value. So we could actually piggyback on this. And I think this is what I was saying. You could pretend that this slider has texture like this. And this texture can be the gradient texture. This gradient texture will actually be the gradient that we assign. So we are going to override this of this for this. Actually undo. Let's have some kind of minimum value. 120. I don't think in this game we are going to have problem with less than 120 minimum size, and I think there's a way to make the handle this style too. That is going to be 24 pixels. This is going to be 12 pixels. Minimum size is 12. Fine. Slider, grabber area. Here's the grabber area. Going to put the grabber area flat box that is going to be just red for now. Save this. Could put the minimum area for this as 180/24. Fine. For the these, this can be 22 by 22. Good. This smartens up. This has to be moved down here so they can actually be sandwiching the range. Separation is 8. It's there, all good. You have to bring center. Good. What else? I think maybe it's time I exported those two. This one is a structural property. Call this green material. These are all a little bit arbitrary names. Did you export? Export 2 layers. I want to see the preview because sometimes this screws up. For 2 layers, it's a zip file. It's 2. Let's go to work folder. There's the textures. I see. I think, yeah, I see where Jordan is putting the other UI button. Yeah, maybe if we have a UI folder, we have a textures folder. Kind of losing its meaning. Okay, I'll stick it under UI, but I think there's some. Anyway, that's done. Now come here and actually open UI. Yeah, brown material will be this. Green material will be this. Sports, not export. Punk ready. What? That's ready. My mind is somewhere else. Punk ready. What we are trying to do is this texture rec one, texture actually texture one, texture two. I think we can kind of trigger this maybe for one-time writing as a tool. So delete the tool here. Let's do tool again. Missing something. Ready. This kind of thing can. We want to investigate that. Email set index texture with value of. Oh, yeah. I knew this might be. Yeah, I'm doing the tool, so may not be. Texture one is null. And change this to ready. 6. This should have worked. Should at least put some. They should put null. It's not good. And this is when we this till now. And So what's going on here? So this is essentially preloading it. I don't think we need to instantiate it. That it doesn't work like that because it's just a reference. I mean, let me find the correct word. It's the data itself. It's just a texture. It actually has pixel data, which is actually a resource. Texture rex texture. Nodes texture. When you do the assignment, you are essentially triggering this. Is then going. Where is the texture? Oh, indeed, where is the texture? The texture is fucking empty. Why is it empty? It was full. Okay, it's supposed to work. Because these were null, which explain this null here. Now I tried to see this here in the editor. I thought doing this was actually good. Am I this really, as far as I remember, it doesn't work with tool. Because this runs in the engine context, like in the runtime context. Because it's a tool, is it actually running this? Okay, maybe I'm today brain is fuzzy. Tree, exit tree. Okay, what is the delta? Delta? There is something. In it, we did that. Do this. There you go. Okay, that's why I was going for init instead. It actually doesn't work. Now, this thing has to be separated into its own function. Assign textures. This should be in its own method. Put this here. You don't do that. You assign texture. You are going to be assigned. So just hit save here. Are you even running? Are you? I do remember assigning stuff here in the editor. Um, let's look at our GitHub. We did that for Meatcraft. I think. Under scripts for inventory, container, or for one of the tiles. The tiles were ingredients. So here we load the texture. That texture has already been loaded. Did I change that later? Yes, I did. I did. I'm looking here. The most likely element here that functionality is. Maybe I can rediscover how I did it. So the goal is to build this Godot while we are in this sort of edit mode. But this did it. It load just a path. And you don't need to do new or instance, just a texture. And indeed, this texture actually has some information. Get height, save. Oh, say what are you? Texture one. It's null. See, it still keeps giving null. I don't get it. And when you do this already, this is all gone. Of course, that is the problem. This is when you change this to ready, which then works, but then you have to move this under ready. As here. Here. What's up? Let's save this. We did clear this. I don't think I have a syntax error, do I? Would have complained about it. Um, get height is gonna give error because what it actually kind of exposes itself here just because it exists in the code, but here it's not exposed. This is the problem. When you export it, it can't be available when it's okay. This is a shorthand method so that sometimes you what was the technical term for it? You may initialize variables, but you don't have to instantiate. When you initialize variables, you have the variable declaration or something. Something is now as a variable. It's known to the program, but its value is not. So you may assign a value in the ready function. When the program is ready to run, you are basically assigning value to it. Now the variable is defined as a value. That's fine. If you want to kind of shortcut that process, sometimes you do onReady here. This kind of do this for cases like this. This is kind of unknown, but when you know it and when everything is ready, you're going to store it here. This is the same line, so thinking outline. It's as if you wrote this and you later came here and wrote this. I'm going to say because this, so let's actually comment this out. These two lines are essentially the same thing as this one. But here, this statement doesn't make any sense because this is actually not even assigned anything. So what is it? This is as if like you kind of do something like, which is the whole point. You don't know what to load. That's why this cannot be ready. The fact that it cannot be ready is because you are trying to assign something while you are building when you are using the component to build some other systems anyway. You are just going to drag the component into the scene so that you can interact with this component like this. You could also make these assignments from the code too, mind you. Meaning, if we were accessing the variables of this component, which are these, if the script was somewhere else, sorry, if this file, this script that I'm editing was actually for different component, then from that different component you could access this horizontal balance. Let's say it's hp dot, and you could actually assign these. When the component does its job, it's actually going to decorate itself. Now, after all the mumbo jumbo, uh, Like I swear I did this. I assigned a bunch of things here. But actually, did I do it this way? I remember seeing. Oh, okay. I remember exposing strings in a drop down. When the drop down was changed, a different string was reading the value of something. Actually, see, this is right. This load here. This was simplified, but the ingredient was initially showing itself. When a dropdown was changed from Godot's interface, I think this used to be tool, which was then loading the texture, and this is exactly what we are trying to do. Okay, I think I'm missing a step because my brain is adult. When we say this, forget about the height. Okay. What are you? You're a stream texture. Okay. So at least it knows what it is. Okay. And actually put a breakpoint here. Texture one is some. Here's texture one. Is this the texture? It actually has a path like this. Okay. Did I forget to do something here? I think there was something here that would let you read or write the texture properties. Was it mip maps? The big okay. The stream texture text file. That's fine. Do a quick Google search. So Godot tool texture. What comes up? Display programmatically set texture of sprite in editor. Pretty much what it sounds like. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of want to see the items that I'm adding. Yes. Reloading. Yeah, I have a reference, but I'm not exactly loading it. The tool keyword. So that is executed. Item get texture. Item in this case is what? Item DB. Then ID is. So if this texture is actually okay, trim texture load path load. So it has its own load method. This actually kind of works like built into I think stream texture dot load. But an instance of it can also give its load path. This is, I think, giving the, yeah, this is giving its own path. But this by itself doesn't actually carry information. Is the problem. The texture one will be object. Actually should have a load path. It's not exactly exposed here because it's like this. Okay. Because I actually cast it as, let's see. When we do this, see what happens. Run this. So it actually knows this, that's good. It's going to look awkward. Kind of loading itself from the load path. This is basically reloading itself. This time it will expose this, but that still doesn't mean. This is actually looking for a path. Port var item IDs. Okay, this is something that I remember doing. Let's put this shamelessly. Texture one set. Okay. This may stay the same. Do this. New texture. This essentially texture one is becoming new texture. That way, when you change the textures here, it actually does something. For our intents and purposes, this is where we are going to update the. We'll actually move this up there eventually. This is also where we can put. Let's remove this breakpoint. This is going to find, save it. Group inherits from native type control. Can't be instance. It's fine. What are your new texture? So this is still doing it. Variables, let's see this. Now when we change this texture, from this to this one, it's going to do this part. Okay, so fuck, it did. Okay, so I guess it was just set texture really. Because this was not really running. Yeah, of course it has to run through this. Okay. Make sure the setting is to basic texture so that way we are not customizing in terms of the type of texture, so that if we want to assign call it noise texture or anything else, we are flexible in the way the texture is, so that it's not always it's not the conventional texture that we know of, because you have so many types. Not that it matters in this case, but so essentially it's a new argument list. This could also be the new text. Whatever is coming in is up. No longer valid. Done. Save. Come here. This did not change. Something is broken here. That's down, down. Rematerial. Take this. Okay, so that was a little bit step time. Run this. Texture 2 is null. How could it be null? Seriously, how could it be null? And 22. So it thinks of this as a null instance. Okay, this makes sense too, because we actually satisfy the condition that it renders it in Godot, but when we run it, this is not ready yet. This is running when it's doing this, but this actually doesn't exist. It doesn't make much sense. In a sense, we are actually registering a new value in the 1 or 2. This is a query database thing. Essentially, it's either this or this. Okay. Yeah, I would recommend defining a setter function and move your ready. This is the setter function. And now whatever you have in ready, which is this code, you move. Um, Again, this is satisfying the case. All going to work. Just you do run it though. Now this, in my opinion, will work. I will set index line 21. There should be an instance of texture rec1. It doesn't think it has instance. Therefore, should not have a texture index of all objects. It's all working fine. The seat, the green object. But this doesn't. How come? Suppose an easy way to handle this actually here. This exists and you do same, but what can you do? Now you can actually set this back to true. So you can have the best of both worlds. Is that? And then here's a barrel. Here's a barrel. What's that? Undo. It's yourself. Let's set your minimum and maximum value. Are we? Where are you? Minimum value, maximum value is. Ah, now I understand what that red is. The grabber area highlights. So um we want to have see. See, the grabber area is dependent on the value. Ah, I set it to uneditable. Here it is. Let's do the highlight case because I change it. Yeah. Now our grabber area is if it's supposed to be transparent. Slider part actually. So when this is ready, actually we could do this here too. When this is done, set get gradient func something quickly. Okay, so the idea is the range is basically 8 slider. This is going to have style. Style is it? See, slider, custom style slider. How did I did this last? Set something about the theme. It was about some kind of property, right? Let's try to grab some help here. I haven't done this in a while. Style box. The style. So I need to read the style box. Okay. Actually, we'll have I think we can do half of the job here. Let's set this box texture. Okay, empty is empty. We'll use the empty for the grabber areas. Flat is just a flat color. We cannot assign a gradient color here. Not good. Okay. Can do other stuff. That's fine. A line is just a line. It's good to draw just the borders. So basically, the other one is the fill. This one is the stroke. And then this is where you actually do the thing. Now we'll actually read this the slider property of the theme. And this is going to give us a style box. Okay, because style boxes can be in four formats, and we've just investigated those four forms. So we'll actually read the style box, which will give us this. Okay, then inside here, in the texture property, it says if we are doing gradient texture, and this is already done for us because we've already done that here. So we'll copy this. We'll assign it to the value texture of style box property of our slider. Too many properties, but you're going down one level. First task, get the style box. Here's the name, and I think this is where we get the name for. I think it's just slider. I think it is. There's the style box at name if theme has no type. When something is here, this doesn't even have to be. This could be pass. Let's put new gradient here, right? Because we are kind of doing this in because we already have something which actually is empty. What is H slider? That is actually fine in all instance. Still doesn't think it actually is. I think it could have been just this. Yeah, Starbucks actually, because theme has its own Starbucks of name slider if it has, because we haven't defined it. This is actually belonging to the object itself, not to the theme of the object. Different object oriented. This is actually giving me this. Of course, if you now want to read the texture of this, it is going to be a null. value. That's it. That's the null value we want to do something with. This, and this is going to be new gradient, and this texture gradient will also register that we are actually storing it. We are also assigning it to property. Let's see. Of course, when I up with things here, this is now empty. It's not cool. So it actually lost something here during this. Fucked it up. Okay, let's get here. Let's have two more values. 5 point. Okay. I mean, maybe we'll actually represent this in the code or a different way, but this is actually the code will expose it pretty much like. It's just tiring to do it again. What can you do? What we can do is this. Change this. Edit here. It messes up. Will be covered. Hear this. Hear this. But if it resets these, it might not remember. I thought it actually kept these swatches globally for the project. Huh. Okay, at the very least, this should work. Same problem. Oh, same rookie mistake. Because at runtime, that doesn't exist. Did you lose it? You did not lose it. The gradients. New gradients. Because we could do some monkey business this way. Okay. Ooh. I'm assigning the gradient itself, not gradient texture. But now that the texture type, okay, it's interesting. And that's it, empty texture. And did we say 120? Then 20, 24. Empty. It's still going to work. This gradient is empty. It's still not taking over. It's actually screwing us up. This is actually not going to have a gradient property because it doesn't know like which type of gradient, which type of texture it is. You read this, you comment out, and do this. This is actually going to give you an empty gradient. Of course, it's also freaking out. This. I'm not keeping this right now. It's going. I don't think it's still firing it. Let's see, maybe it's my mistake. If you not set empty texture to 9, it kind of needs texture. What if we what if we set this to something like this? Okay, that fixes that. Slider. I'm also not 100% sure getting this proper, whether it's actually that texture or not. If it's H slider, are you getting something? Something. Something. You're not getting it at runtime because nothing is triggering you. That makes sense. Because it's actually what happens actually here. It's just a blank. You know, this might actually work. I'm trying to do the runtime thing. And problem is, as soon as I trigger the tool, it's also overriding this. See, it's all changed. My texture is now gone. So it is actually accessed. This new gradient is wrong though. This should actually be, this is wrong. Gradient texture, this should be new. Uh, Actually, sorry. Var gradient texture. Maybe I'll find any more efficient way of doing it. Here. Okay, gradient textures. This is just a gradient itself. I want this gradient to be presented as gradient texture. Is there a way to, okay, gradient textures has gradient property. That's it. This gradient is the new gradient. This gradient texture is the texture we're assigning. So I was trying to bypass it. Is the problem. So when you do this, of course, you do the width and height, all that stuff too. With this one, it's fine. Even though this component has this size, the width is overridden from the region rect. This actually has a region rect. This is the problem too. That too. Hmm. 24, but the array itself is actually happening because it's actually a different color here. For now, let's actually do blue. And this is actually going to be, as you can see, we are changing it at, sorry, in edit mode. Runtime is this. So this red will be transparent and this marker here will be the way we want it. So we are actually progressing in the right direction. So all the developer has to do is to pick 4 colors. We made certain assumptions that this is always registered like this, and we are overriding this with the values that are coming from the script variables. I think this should not be hard coded. This should be taken from the page sliders minimum size X. That's what it is. The other thing is hard coded, so that might be fine for now. I think this 12 could also be coming from here. So these two values are basically used here and here. I believe this is happening because of this. I think so. Because so the only performance gain we could have here is instead of instantiating a new gradient texture, we could actually have this done once and that we only update this. But this is only happening every single time you make it. That won't happen that many times. And certainly not at runtime. That. And let's separate this a bit. Okay, readability, fine. Let's disable the sliders. I mean, sorry, the gravers. This was the copy of this. Let's change this to empty. Only when you do that, because you just broke the reference. Here it is. This has to be adjusted. Why is this set back to? Oh, see that one have height. Sure. Style, which is this. Checked. Region rate. The rectangle. They actually have width and height. Region rate is property. Looks like a vector for it's a rectangle. It's a vector for it's vector math. So we could actually do right is going to be a vector 0, 0, width and height. Can you actually construct this position and size? Size. Okay, we actually vector 2, 0 is going to give us 0, 0, and the size is already width and height, which is size, because that is already giving us 120. And I don't know. It's fixed. Sometimes there are a lot of internal calls that really doesn't make much sense. Cannot get path of scene tree. It's as if I'm trying to access something here that is node not found. Texture rec 1. But you can only guess. It has nothing to do with this because there's no texture. Texture 2. There's actually H slider, which is relative to. I think the errors are happening here. I think it's making multiple calls. First time it reaches, doesn't know. And then because without this, it's always giving an error. But then when it runs a second time, it finds and then it runs this, but it actually puts this once. Because we've seen this happen. Normally we know this actually exists. Do this. Just going to say, I don't know, the reg min size of something that, and then it's not even going to compile. Okay. Surprisingly, in of the next thing, let's fix those colors. Now is the time to take this color, which is the latest color. This one. And now you start to add. Huh, you are funny. This kind of keeps its own. Each component has its own color palette here. Done. This has to change. Of course, the background is that also has to change. Let's actually change that in projects. Would be under what color? Bold clear color. So it looks more like there's a rounded corner. We could even do that. It's 2 pixels. Let's do the roundedness first, because this is going to be in slider in ooh. See, when it's flat color, I remember doing it. See, if it's a flat color, radius. I don't see radius here. Ooh. It's a texture. So it always thinks it's going to be some kind of graphic, whether you are creating it dynamically or loading it externally. Says if we need to mask it, the problem. Would have been nice to have this. Because none of this will have that. There's already a property that it's here that was not exposed here. I think the worst case scenario is we will access the material. We will write our shader. Shader will actually crop corners. We'll actually create the, because that's essentially what the rounded corners are. The program is already doing it for you. It takes the original texture. It crops off the corners by a certain amount of radius that you see. That's it. That's the reason why you're able to do this. Demonstrated somewhere I won't regret. This is the same thing. The graphic engine is basically chopping the corners off and rounding them. There's a circle. This is the radius. Um, yeah, take a short break and maybe we'll write that shader. But let's try to do this part. What? Balance. What's the name for it? Oh, tick. There's a name for this kind of. Let's call it tick. Export this. Tick. Okay. Get in UI. It's that. This is an icon. It's tick. Let's actually go stick. Actually, no. See, that's not the tick. Tick is those. Or like the markers, like the 50%, 100%. Those are the ticks. This is the grabber. We actually do this. Copy. So we can do it. This is going to become this, so it'll off. That's the tick. Okay. Now, of course, you gotta do the two. This is the tick. Sorry, the grabber. 100%, 50%, 0. Of course, in the balancer code we'll write this is the balance case. This is not going to be 50. Now, that will be important when we actually look here. So if you have 100 here and 200 here, so in total you have 300 parts, but it's actually favoring the brown side. So essentially the ticker, the grabber has to be somewhere favoring the brown side. Now let me write that code in my head. Think of the shader for rounding that area, and I'll be back. We did everything visually, more or less, without the border, rounding the borders. At least do uh, the functionality part. Not editable. Okay. When these values are changed, either one of them, let's try something quick here. We'll probably write a common function. Is going to be something like state balance, something like that. Now, as far as I know, when you're writing setters and getters, or in the case of a setter, this is going to be something new, whatever. This thing is not aware of itself, meaning this self is the script self, not the variable that is actually triggering the function. As you can see, this is actually coming here. What am I? Okay. Going to say that you are an HBox. Now, this is when we might actually do this. Self property 2. Okay, it's actually set to 0. It's 0. Goal is here that when you set this to 10, it's supposed to actually read the value, but problem is it's still set to 0 because it's never registering the incoming value 10 to the property. So in the other ones, this being 10, here it looks like texture. I'm demonstrating the case. If this new one being 10, we are not registering this new one in the property 2. We always did that with the other setters. So we are simply ignoring the incoming value. And of course, when you output the property 2 value, it is the existing value, which is 0, which has never been updated. So in a sense, this should be property 2. But the problem is, like, you cannot write something as smart as this and then differentiate after the fact. So we kind of need to consolidate things. So something like this, okay? You can put this new value or just a value, doesn't. Property 1, property 1 will be updated with the new value. You're also going to do this for this. And inside here, then you can actually call the update balance. that actually doesn't need to know anything about the new value. Now this will run. Of course, if you update these, well, what am I? What am I? 00. This is also going to be called twice because each one is triggering. Now when you do 10, it's going to say, what am I? I'm 10. When you do 22, it's also going to say that. Now, when I update the property 1 to 11, this will update property 1 to 11. We'll call this, which will then also show 22 as the value of property 2. So that's also fine too. But here's actually the core difference. Even like this output is actually already telling what exactly I said. You are getting the same output, but as a result of two different calls. What am I? 22 has been output because set a property 2 has been set, and in the newest case I actually set the property. So we are kind of almost there. So we have to normalize the values here. Say we have to decide where the slider's value is over a scale of 100, because minimum value is 0, maximum value is 100. We have to compare property 1's value to property 2's value. So let's exemplify. If property 1 100 and property 2 is 200, what should this, where should the slider be? Let's do a multi-line comment. I think this is the multi. It always does this. So we are essentially distributing the scale of 100 values to 300. I think. Am I approaching this the wrong way? You could pick different values so that the math would be easier. The calculation will be the same. Say, why not 100 to 300? Essentially, your slider value of 100 it's as if it's going to divide it by 400 total property values. The 300 of this is reserved for property 2. In our case, it's actually towards the brown side. So that would actually make it sort of 1 to 3. It's like 75%. So when the scale is at 75 value, yeah, it's as if you are filling it more, 75%, but you are approaching the brown side. So there's little room left in the brown side, which means that when you have 300 brown, let's actually do those cases. Oops, this is 100. Okay, when we do this is going to change. That's what. This should actually be here. So basically, property 1 plus property 2 is, in this case, 400, right? Versus 100 possible places in each slider. So the math is sort of revealing itself. It's each slider's maximum value, which is 100, over this value. And actually keep track of this as this. So when you do this total, what do you get? You get 100 over 400, which is quarter. I have a feeling I will actually make the maximum value 1, and I'll actually change the step size. The possible values will be between 0 and 1. Nevertheless, when we do 1 minus, what does this give us? This gives us 3 minus 3. Yeah, brain is fuzzy today. Normally, I would be done with this. Um, because I'm trying to reverse this. So total. Okay, sorry, 100 over total, which is this. That's 1 quarter. This is essentially 25%. Okay, I think I'm writing the math in my mind. Maximum value minus this is the quarter. Should be, it's going to sound a bit counterintuitive, but max value is that for. If I do this, isn't this already total? This is 100, this is 400. So that's 1 quarter times 100. It's 25. Subtracted from 100, it's 75. It's the correct value. And yet when I read this, it looks confusing. It made sense in my head writing it. This is assuming, that's why I put 1, because I was thinking it's the, like, probability, everything was adding up to 1. But then I wouldn't have to multiply with this. So h slider's value is this monstrosity. Save your problem case, and that's it. 100 to 300. If you say 100, this should be right in the middle. If you say this, then it's 1/3 here, 2/3 here. Because you have less brown, which we have, you have more green, less brown. Therefore, it's actually tilting towards green. That's it. When you do 200, then it should be 1/3 here. This is when you may actually need those tick count. This. You can also do tick on borders, so you actually get to see them. Something like this. Let's demonstrate the 1/4 case like this. Now you know it's actually 75. When you run it, the same old if problem. That's it. So imagine a script updates this. Let's actually keep this without closing it. Let's update this to 300. And this is actually not going to update it here, right? Because those are two separate systems. The fact that I'm changing it here, not going to do this, but I think we could still simulate that. This, we go to the remote case, this is going to change. Let's do 50-50, right? Let's do 300 here. Am I mistaken? You know, I think the other day I took this value, remote update. It's too much. I think I'm confident this is going to work. Let's try the test system. What if this actually had a timer? And this timer, after 3 seconds, it fired. It's one time. And on timeout, it actually did something like this. It changes the property 1 to 300. Or it actually changes property 1 to property 2. Okay, let's run this. When it changes after 3 seconds, did it even fire? Did you? Did you fire? You did. Why are you not changing it? Property 1. Oh, there was something about here. Okay, it did something. Property 1 has become property. Quarter video. So this doesn't change, but this self business is here. It went more to the brown side, but they should be equal. They are equal in the remote. Gotta be shitting me. Yeah, shouldn't have mattered. Because this math worked. With property 1. We don't want to call this directly. We have this. You know what? When you do this, give me both property 1, property 2, please. 300, 300. Okay, so then this math is not correct. It is initially correct. The 600. Maximum value is 100, 600. This is, yeah, okay. According to this wrong equation, the math checks out because this is really meaningless. This is meaningless. 600 over 100 over 600 times 100. It'll do the good old paper and pen. Let's see. The maximum value is m. By the way, what if stuff is 0? If it's 0, then I might be approaching this the wrong way. P1 over P2. Yeah, I'm doing this. Oh, my bad. My bad. I'm never taking into account their proportion, but only their max value. So property 1 over property 2. Basically, it's this P1 over P1 plus P2, which is the total. Okay? Something like this. Ratio 1 is basically what? 100 over 400. Because in a 400 pieces, you have 100. And the ratio 2, property 2 is 300. It's this, okay? What does this do for us? It's as if we normalize this. is actually giving us 75%, which is our calculation. So we always kind of calculate according to ratio 2, which is what? Property 2 over maximum value total. So when they're equal, this should set back to the middle. That it's going to... Now the total becomes 600. This is actually still 300. 300. Half, okay, this is now you multiply with the max, because there has to be some value kicking in here. Wrong. 75%. I may have to stop soon. Let's see. I'm even leaving the shader part to the next stream maybe. But let's finish this off. Okay, this is also 0.75. Because instinctively I had something like this 1 minus, because this is also 0.25. It says if 1 minus ratio 1, this is going to give you 0.75. Is also this. Doesn't matter. You go about it either way, and you multiply this with the max value. Which is 100. So this gives you 75. That's the value. The ratio. Ratio is essentially property 2's value over total. Is this with max value. This works initially. Actually, it doesn't even work initially. Let's look at the values maybe. Yep, that's good. Steam. Property 2. Okay, at this point, this is 300 over 400. Oh, I think we go into that float points, floating point. Yeah, these are, I have to cast this back to integer. I don't think you do it because you're already losing the decimals here. 75, 600. Let's do grouping like this. Okay, first of all, this is initially not running. That's the problem because it only triggered this after initially this is not running. Everything else has been running. Cool. All good. I could actually trigger it in it. 300. This should be actually half. This will actually work. Half times this 50. Okay, first of all, without this, you do heat balance. 300, 300. Breakpoint again. 300. What is property one? 600. Slider. Can't read it now. Again, when this happens, it's 0. 75. Let's let it go. 300 over 600. If I output this, it's still going to say 0. The fact that it's going to say 0 is the reason why the value is never any different than that slider is always at 0. Say something here. 0. This is 300. This is 600. This is essentially giving you a float. Now when you multiply it with this, which is 100, you would expect to get 50, hence the 50%, and the slider is in the middle. But this is actually rounded down to 0. And I think there was an easy fix for this. I'm just not seeing it because I'm just going to force this to be float. See, let's set the timer to 2 seconds. Set the code, run. That's 50, done. Now let it go. Notice 50%. Yeah, it was just a casting problem, honestly. Because this is proof that it's working. But over time, we simplified our calculation. There's no longer that confusing line. Still have total. We don't have this. You don't even need to do this. That you could to round it actually, but I think it's automatically doing that inside. Do this first here, and after 2 seconds, gonna come here. Now I bet we change it here, maybe it will work too. Let's set this back to this one to 100. There you go. Because I do remember changing things in remote, seeing it updated here. So now when you have 300 green but 100 brown, now instinctively the fact that you have more green means that this slider actually has to be close to the green. The whole idea. That when you have like 900, you're approaching sort of like a 90% green case. 90% out of 1,000 total units of material, 90% of this green, therefore it's actually close. If we add more ticks here, it might crowd it. Let's see, instead of 5, we'll do 10. It's like 90%. Actually, that's kind of wrong. 20, should be level. Yeah, because you have 10 intervals. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50%. Done. Now, the beauty of this system is that go to remote. You don't really need to know the amounts. You just need to know the proportion. But since it's hard to track of proportions in the game, and you will most likely know the values of each property, you will just pass those properties to this component and it will adjust its so that at any point if someone comes and dumps 1,000 units for the brown material, then it's going to be slightly tilted towards the brown side. That's the idea. Cool. And because I set this timer to once, it's not settling in the middle. Remove this. So gone. I think this explanation was Yes. Let's run this again. That's good. 75%. It's there. So there's just aesthetic choice here. Now let's just quickly look up how we can render rounded corners with a shader. Rounded corner shader. I guess any generic thing will work. We'll implement it in Godot. Draw rectangle frame with round. Now let's take this shamelessly. And then let's try to do this, and don't need this. We need something like this. I think this is going to be a canvas item material. It's actually there, and you can click this. Um, Somewhere here, we are actually writing code. Actually, this is the built-in thing, which lets you do some quick things. But we are actually going to write our shader material. Inside this shader material, the shader type will be canvas item. So you do shader, click this, and here you do shader type. Okay, this is going to be canvas item. It already tells you it's supposed to be one of these things. Okay, so I think we are writing a fragment shader here. Expected constant function uniform varying. I think this is a function. I think you need to do void. Just return something. It's the syntax. Now let's do the most basic thing. Color is there like color white? That's actually showing RGBZ. Let's do a red thing. I think it's 1.0. Pure red. They're going for pure red. I think this also needs alpha channel. Expected in expression. What are you expecting? That's it. Now we just painted everything red. That's the problem. Now maybe we'll remove the ticks or not, but for the time being, this is our assumption. Go to sign. The reason why I painted everything red is because whatever is visible in the whole component itself, the way you design or the style the icons, you change the slider to a fancy looking gradient like this. That's all good. Grabber area. This is all fine. Whatever is rendered is now basically replaced with red color. Everywhere is red. It's basically overwriting everything you've done here. Um, Technically, internally, this is all using shaders too. You're just not writing that code. This is just overriding. Now, we could have written a shader just like this, or basically added more properties to this shader. But just like we exposed this here and utilized it here, in here, we could have taken over that gradient and rendered that gradient here too. And in fact, that's what we might have to do. I don't want to get to that point yet, but the reason why I'm going to why we might have to do that is the following: the fact that everything that is part of this horizontal balance, uh, it's red. That even when we achieve the rounded corners here, all it's going to do is it's thinking this whole shape as its bounding box, and then it's painting this part red, and even the ticks are red. So when you achieve the rounded corner, it's actually going to round these corners here that are already invisible. So it just happens that there are some ticks that are close to the edge. They might actually kind of look cut off, the 1 or 2 pixels off. But what we want to do is to round the track itself, the slider style in the component. So we don't want to apply the whole shader to the object. We want to apply the shader to this inside part. Now, we can actually do it the way I just suggested, that we apply the gradient with the shader. And then when we're applying the gradient, we can actually remove the corners or round them. But I think there is a lot easier. The fact that we're applying this shader, I am just I thought I had an easy method because I thought I had done something else, but I think I'm already on the wrong track anyway. I was going to say maybe we need to find an internal part of this and apply the shader only to that. I think we might still do that because this is applying it to the whole thing. Yeah, okay, we are still on the right track. Let's investigate this. This is responsible for that gradient beautiful look. Okay, this has a texture. Is this? I'm looking if this can actually take a shader, because this part is only handling that colored part that we want to remove the corners for. Um, Kinda there, kinda. This isn't going to know its inner parts. I don't think so. Because it knows its pixels, but not where those pixels belong in terms of different parts of the component. So when something is empty, it's like this. When something is flat color, that's also that's actually good news. We can do the radius. Um, but we decided we cannot use this. Um, None of this is going to be not even correct anyway. This flag is just this for the gradient flag. It's the gradient resource. I might have to actually. I might still. I might temporarily render this empty, but I still need something here. The reason why I'm trying to use the built-in component is because we already have the value system, minimum and maximum values. We are taking advantage of that. Uh, we could easily put our graphic in the background and move the slider value as a separate graphic object. But then you are kind of writing the component anyway. So if only we could render it. Yeah, shader code won't know parts of this component. There's a region rectangle, but this doesn't come with corners. Okay, I'm gonna try to find something here. What if we had texture? Where are we? Texture. For the grabber area, it doesn't matter. Is there a way I can assign type of texture? We actually do that with gradient texture. Then we assign a gradient to the gradient texture of the Starbucks texture. But anything here that actually takes a shader so that I can round up the corners. Could an image texture image. This is similar to the way gradient texture works. Gradient texture has a gradient property, image texture has an image property. What if we say new image? And this kind of works a bit funny, like say this. Of course, because you have to change the image type. This approved. I don't think we've actually used this. Have we? Okay, I might be screwing something up, but this actually will be image. Yeah, let's try this guy. Image. So it was UI. This is image. Okay, that's it. Can this take a shader? Doesn't. External texture. Mesh texture. Proxy viewport. What is external texture? We don't know. Atlas is for spreadsheets. Camera texture is actually looking for, it's I think rendering camera. Or it's a texture what the camera is rendering. Mesh texture. Okay, not good. Proxy texture. Base. You could also load textures like this too. The whole point, point. But either way, none of this is actually giving us this is the problem. I think I'm just going to use a trick. See, what if we had panel you see. This is a bit conventional, but we may still do shader stuff, but without that, what if this panel empty doesn't actually come with rounded corners? Always the flat stuff. What if it's flat? Okay, and the corner radius is, let's say, let's exaggerate it. Let's do 4. Okay, and temporarily we look at this shader, and this is what we wrote. This isn't too hard to write, but I'll just copy it to, because I'm just going to drop this. So we, what the hell happened to your colors? Why did you do this? What happened to you? Oh. This is gonna be, there you go. My bad. Nothing happened to you. You're cool. Now, there is a panel that actually has a flat background color, has rounded corners. This slider will be inside here. This is going to have that 120 thing. Where are you? Then this 12. Okay. This is going to be maybe taking as much. It actually also comprises the 24 case. Let's make it 24. You are going to be positioned to 0, 0. We could actually do the full rect. We'll go in there. Still cool. Because we are not messing up with this. This is automatically set because the anchors are set. Now, this panel is the same problem now. I was going to trick it like top right, 40 pixels. There you go. Round it off. But it's still doing it from the whole object. Which means that if this value is 900 here, why are you not doing it? Do it. Oh. slider. Messed up with everything. And we may have to actually store it somewhere so again and again. Um, yeah, okay, 900. I think it's going to cut it off as far as I know. Change this to some ungodly amount of. For some reason, it doesn't. But then it doesn't actually run the. Oh, it just changes. Okay, but okay, I haven't actually enabled the part where it's going to do the trick. Clip content. That's going to do it. Ah, that's actually clipping when the object inside is trying to get out of the space of this visible area. Since it's still visible in visible area, it's still rendering itself. So that didn't do. That did not do the trick. Trick didn't work. Everything works fine. It's still considered an accomplished case, but why can't we have nicer things? Sure. And textures. I don't think that's a valid question to be asked. Texture is actually a style box texture. It's essentially a gradient texture in this case. Doesn't matter. And any texture, any gradient texture, it's also internally using this draw function. This stuff. And this is why there's actually some internal shader work. Canvas item. Visual Server API. Add texture rectangle region. See, for something so simple, we are going into an area too low level. This is a higher level because you wouldn't want to have this functionality we asked for down in gradient texture. Come into all text. And then yeah, you go into the draw area. If you loaded this graphic from the file system, yeah, we could actually have rounded corners down, being part of the image. But we don't want to do that per picture. You just give the colors and be done with it. Let's think. What would normal map do? Normal map. This is actually style box text. This actually is a normal map. But what does it actually do? Here is something for you to try. Let's change this color to something a bit white. This normal map. Let's give it a noise texture. Does it actually do anything? Now I understand that sometimes you need to. There's normal map, yeah. Bump strength. Okay, see here it is. Like, are we supposed to see color variation because of the bumps? Maybe it's too stretched out. 64. 4. Because the area is small, I get it, but sometimes you're supposed to see something change, flicker. None of that is happening. I don't think I'm missing it really. Because as a last resort, I was going to have a normal map that actually would have just enough information to draw certain things kind of out. Like, yeah, this seems more like a lost cause, seriously. That's an interesting problem. How do you also mask this? Am I missing something more obvious here? General container is the container. And it's going to have the same problem that this one has, even if I write a shader. This is still going to take away from the other parts of the comp. Yeah, the key is here. It says if we need a different style box. Empty is not going to have it because empty is empty. You cannot just say empty and then start decorating it. They don't give you that choice. Actually, mind you, no style box has any shader property. And this is just applied to the whole thing. I mean, we are not even in the territory of if we had a material shader, okay? Sometimes you would have a shader, but then you would also have the next pass property, which could be another shader material. So then you could basically have shaders inside shaders, but none of that will actually access this slider property. So it's as if we could just render the whole thing, and in the next pass we could maybe process the slider part, but there is no such thing as accessing the slider part. If we did, then we could have actually accessed it in the parent shader, not in the next pass. But this is actually important. We will need this in some. So you incrementally apply things without destroying the original. But that's not the case here. And this is just a sort of mix. You do ads, then you go into these are as if like your pre-written shaders for you, because you could accomplish all this with the with with your own custom, like with your own shader code here that you change the blend mode and like you could do weird things like this, like you add here and in the next pass you try to subtract, which then you kind of destroyed it anyway. Sometimes you could actually do weird things. In this case, it doesn't make much. And then this could have its own pass, and then this could actually have its own pass, like next pass. Goes on here. Um, Visibility. Yeah, we may have to call it a day, honestly. We don't actually have the rounded corners. It's it takes away from the aesthetics, but why don't I change this to unconventional. Just a sprite, nothing else. Ooh, something happened. Still gonna have the same problem though. Let's see. Set. So I could have the clipping filter clip. Sense. Yeah, we either go with our own implementation of this slider that there is actually graphic. Um, I think we could do that this way. So imagine you have sprite that doesn't have any texture. To render a gradient texture, you can either do it here or because you are going to round it off, round the corners with the shader, then here you actually write your own shader, and this is here that you and you just have to introduce this as a separate item that is sort of traveling over the sprite, kind of rewriting the component, which I refuse to do. Take this back, delete this, okay, you delete this. Everything has already been resized properly, I believe. Okay, fix itself. This doesn't look horizontally. Ah, I did this here. Size, shrink center. This should actually be okay. The other two should. Then they can see. Okay. Select it this way. There's a 1 pixel off the bottom and top. It's like here. Okay, perfect. Yeah, let's just have it this way. And because we are now changing everything, let's do an onReady var. We'll do uh, balance slider, and this is going to be the H slider. Okay, this is going to replace Control R, change, replace all. Come here. Here's it 95%. 70, 80, 90, 95%. Yeah, I calculated right. Go to remote. This. And now let's make it 90%. When you do it this way, it's 90%. It's here. Now let's go the other way around. Let's do 1100. So this is actually slightly towards green. In fact, this is going to be, I think, 40%. 45%, sorry, because it's double, you get to 2000, and half it, it's actually 40. Or when you do it this way, say 500 to what? This 75% full, which means close to the brown side, 75%. So yeah, we don't have rounded corners, but component is working. Save this. Let's close the project. Let's go to source tree and be done with our work. We have uncommitted changes. Balance GD. It's fine. We are now terminating the feature. We could keep working on this, but I think it's done. Um, Maybe I'll actually keep working on this because I need to create the vertical balance too. Oh, what am I doing? There are, of course, I cannot do this. I haven't actually committed it there. Okay. Um, Produces balancing component. That's new functionality as seen in Figma. Balance component shows which property out of two is favored. Okay. When I want to talk about a few more functionalities, it doesn't make sense. It's part of the same thing. Horizontal and script utilized vertical cases if the on works. You commit. Now you actually push the feature, delete branch, push it. I mean, you won't push it, but you've done it. Push, develop, done. You look here, and that's done. Now, if I keep working on, if I want to keep working on this feature, then I'll come here and then I'll merge it into the develop. This is not a feature yet. Like, I don't want to start another one. I can actually do this. Yeah, I haven't merged it, but I pushed the changes. This is when we want to finish it, but we are not there yet. Okay, I think for the time being, we have a new component, which is good news. So if you want to create a vertical version of this, we have this script that will actually do the positioning of this grabber. The rounded corners are honestly the main problem. We are able to change colors, 4 colors here, and import the graphics the way we want. So yeah, we could easily repurpose this for vertical cases. And I think that's it for today. If tomorrow, if I stream tomorrow, then maybe we'll do some GitHub stuff. But for the time being, I think it's good. So have a good night and see you tomorrow.